I need it all cool, y'all.
Well, I know that you're young, and I know you're naive, but you know that you got sugar under your skin. But the way that you did and you're doing me still, I can't help but to wonder, is your love for me real? Now you well, I well, I know that you're young, and I know you're naive, but you know that you got sugar under your skin. But the way that you did and you're doing me still, I can't help but to wonder, does your love for me real? Now you well, I
map, or the seismogram, say 9:50 Mountain Time, 2017. I know you guys are more than likely aware of the two large quakes from last night, the 5.8 in Montana, the 6.5 in the Philippines. Both were very shallow. The one in the Philippines was exceptionally shallow. Depends on where you go. Some reports are saying as shallow as 2 miles deep. Some are saying 3. But either way, it's still a very shallow quake. But I want to take you over here to the Global Seismic Network and show you an example of how that energy travels. I'll use this map, or the seismogram, from Arizona. And you can see the first one, which Montana was at 6:30, I believe, universal. Yeah, 6:30 universal. The Philippines was 8:03. So we go to the 6 o'clock universal time, which is right here. Each block of time is 10 minutes. We go across to the right, 10, 20, 30. So it took it about worth the 35 mark. So about 5 minutes to be detected in Arizona. And then you can see its peak primary wave. And then it starts to tone down a little bit. And then here comes the bigger earthquake in the Philippines. And it was felt too up here in the States. And in fact, 95% of the seismograms all over the globe detected it. This one here is, I think, in just above South America. Some other examples here that are closer. China, you can see it picked it up relatively quickly. Didn't feel the Montana quake. That's all the Philippines quake. That one's in China. But here's what I noticed, and I don't know how to explain what I saw. Here's another seismogram example. This is the one from Yellowstone. That's the 5.8, and it shook the entire park. But here's what I noticed. This is interesting. We saw these beams of energy yesterday, but there's something else associated with these things. Watch right up here. I didn't see this until today. Watch. You're going to see a burst there. Whoops. Right before we see this beam of energy, not that one. Watch this one first. Okay, right now. Watch here. Then there's that. Again. And that. I don't know what that is. It's some sort of a energy beam or beams. But I'm noticing a burst up here near the Arctic Circle. Watch. Burst 1, that. Burst 2, that. Okay, pay attention to the time here of this second array of energy. There's the first one. The second one is at 5:11. 7:5:11 UTC. Watch. 5:11. You see that? July 5th at 1100 UTC. That's this burst here we're seeing down here in the South Atlantic, just north of Antarctica. I want you to watch these one more time, then I'm going to show you something else that coincides with this energy burst. There's one. There's two. I want you to watch down here as well. I'll show you these bursts again. 1, 2. Okay. This wave of energy down here was at the 1100 hour universal time on the 5th. So now we go to real-time solar wind. There's a breach, a gap in solar wind on July 5th, which was yesterday. Solar wind began to peak for some reason right here at this time frame. That's showing 811 kilometers per second. Look at the time up here at the top. (1100 UTC). In fact, 11:29 to be exact. So that started at the same time this started. Right there, same exact time. And then there's a breach. For several hours, no data. So we saw an increase in solar wind in the 1100 hour, Universal Time yesterday, the same time that we see this, and now there's a breach in the data. A few hours later, 2 significant earthquakes rock planet Earth. Coincidence? I don't think so. But what it is, I'm not 100% sure. This looks like some sort of an energy burst. Did we get hit with a cosmic ray? It's very possible. It's happened before. Was there 2? I don't know. Kind of looks that way from that. But that's no coincidence. You're seeing these energy anomalies just prior to a set of large earthquakes. It's no coincidence. So anyway, guys, I found that interesting. I don't know exactly what it is by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just trying to think outside the box here. But there was some sort of an energy anomaly on planet Earth right before those earthquakes popped off. Thanks for watching, and be safe out there. July 6th, Thursday, 9:50 Mountain Time, 2017. I know you guys are more than likely aware of the 2 large quakes from last night, the 5.8 in Montana, the 6.5 in the Philippines. Both were very shallow. The one in the Philippines was exceptionally shallow. Depends on where you go. Some reports are saying as shallow as 2 miles deep. Some are saying 3. But either way, it's still a very shallow quake. But I want to take you over here to the global seismic network and show you an example of how that energy travels. I'll use this map or the seismogram from Arizona. And you can see the first one, which Montana was at 6:30, I believe, universal. Yeah, 6:30 universal. The Philippines was 8:03. So we go to the 6 o'clock universal time, which is right here. Each block of time is 10 minutes. We go across to the right, 10, 20, 30. So it took it about, we're at the 35 mark. So about 5 minutes to be detected in Arizona. And then you can see its peak primary wave. And then it starts to tone down a little bit. And then here comes the bigger earthquake in the Philippines. And it was felt too up here in the States. And in fact, 95% of the seismograms all over the globe detected it. This one here is, I think, in just above South America, and some other examples here, some that are closer. China, you can see it picked it up relatively quickly. Didn't feel the Montana quake. That's all the Philippines quake. That was in China. But here's what I noticed, and I don't know how to explain what I saw. Here's another seismogram example. This is the one from Yellowstone. That's the 5.8, and it shook the entire park. But here's what I noticed. This is interesting. We saw these beams of energy yesterday, but there's something else associated with these things. Watch right up here. I didn't see this until today. Watch. You're going to see a burst there. Whoops. Right before we see this beam of energy, not that one. Watch this one first. Okay, right now. Watch here. Then there's that. Again. And that. I don't know what that is. It's some sort of a energy beam or beams. But I'm noticing a burst up here near the Arctic Circle. Watch. Burst 1, that. Burst 2, that. Okay, pay attention to the time here of this second array of energy. There's the first one. The second one is at 5:11. 7:5:11 UTC. Watch. 5:11. You see that? July 5th at 1100 UTC. That's this burst here we're seeing down here in the South Atlantic, just north of Antarctica. I want you to watch these one more time, then I'm going to show you something else that coincides with this energy burst. There's one, there's two. I want you to watch down here as well. I'll show you these bursts again. One, two. Okay. This wave of energy down here was at the 1100 hour universal time on the 5th. So now we go to real-time solar wind. There's a breach, a gap in solar wind on July 5th, which was yesterday. Solar wind began to peak for some reason right here at this time frame. That's showing 811 kilometers per second. Look at the time up here at the top. (1100 UTC). In fact, 1129 to be exact. So that started at the same time this started. Right there, same exact time. And then there's a breach. For several hours, no data. So we saw an increase in solar wind in the 1100 hour universal time yesterday, the same time that we see this. And now there's a breach in the data. A few hours later, two significant earthquakes. Rock planet Earth. Coincidence? I don't think so. But what it is, I'm not 100% sure. This looks like some sort of an energy burst. Did we get hit with a cosmic ray? It's very possible. It's happened before. Was there two? I don't know. Kind of looks that way from that. But that's no coincidence. You're seeing these energy anomalies just prior to. It's no coincidence. So anyway, guys, I found that interesting. I don't know exactly what it is by any stretch of the imagination. I've got the box here, but there was some sort of an energy anomaly on planet Earth right before those earthquakes popped off. Thanks for watching, and be safe out there.
Is it possible that there is something I don't fully understand about life, the understanding of which would change everything?
This is Dabu7, an update to the anomalies that we've been witnessing down near Antarctica. It was just the other day, I put out a video catching that streak right there. And as you can see here, we have another massive anomaly that, in my opinion, it seems to shift with the weather pattern. If you look at this in motion, you'll notice that the whole pattern seems to move. Even though it's only there a short time, it seems to move with the wind pattern. Almost saying that it's in the atmosphere, floating along with the winds, because it really does seem like it's affecting what we're seeing here. It's all moving and spreading out. Now, what is it? We still have no idea. We may never get the answers, but the anomalies coming from Antarctica continue. Now, this itself, we can't say if it's emanating from Antarctica. The last one that we witnessed here did not come from Antarctica, but it shot down toward it. All the other anomalies before this have seemed to come from that area. We've seen big zigzagging waves, this most recent streak striking down, and then right after it, you're going to see here this huge pattern erupt, and it seems to twist and spin with the wind pattern. Now, this is a massive one. You have to start asking the question, what could be up here that they're doing that we're seeing here that can be picked up this large in the atmosphere and shifting, moving around, leaving this pattern? It's yet just another one. Run it into motion here. This is a small clip showing it in motion there, and you can see it moving with the wind pattern. But remains a mystery at this point. Something's going on. I've had a lot of people say different things. Incoming with the first one, an incoming object out of space. Not so sure you could say that about this. Others have thought birds maybe. With the other one, there's no way. In my opinion, this massive. These objects are reflective, giving off a reflection that they're there in the upper atmosphere, and you can see they're shifting with the winds. Some have said shaft, like military, and others have said UFOs, things of that nature. Lots of different opinions and ideas. Are we ever going to get a definitive answer? I'm not so sure we will. One thing's for sure, though. There's something going on down there in Antarctica, and we just keep getting these anomalies emanating from this area, having to do with it. And they never want to show us what's going on down there. They will never show us Antarctica. They will never show us the composites, the satellite composites, just like you're looking at here, up there. The closest you get is this. Just a little bit of edge. So why so secret? Why keep the whole world in the dark on the poles? like they always do. Well, something's going on there. As you can see here, it looks like they're at it again. In my opinion, it has everything to do with what's going on down there in Antarctica. Got any answers? Anything to add to this? Let me know. Dabu7yahoo.com. Also, make sure to tune in to Underground World News Live on Dabu 777, 10 p.m. Eastern, Friday nights. We look to be discussing a lot of different things. We'll have Casey joining us from France. And we'll be covering breaking news and current events, as always. Also, make sure to follow me on Twitter for any updated images that I may kick out connected to this. This is Dabu7, an earthquake update. You can see here we've had a 5.8 magnitude earthquake strike in Montana. This happened around 12:30 a.m. Mountain Time or local time, and this was 34 miles northwest of Helena. Now, this was a shallow quake. It did hit in a region where there was not a lot of cities around. And, oftentimes when we see quakes like this, of course, everyone's got different ideas and theories, but I like to have some proof before just saying fracking with no evidence. So if I want to see if it's fracking, first I'm going to go in and I'm going to take a look at the area. When you do that to Oklahoma, you will see all of the fracking spots. When you do this to the swarm up here, you do not see any fracking facilities whatsoever. We're going to zoom in here. That's not to say it's not. That's not to say that this is an old pic, even though it says 2017 on the images. You'll see that these quakes struck across this range. When I zoom in, there are literally no roads, no fracking locations, no wells, no drilling, none of that going on around any of these spots. Now, I will say the biggest quake went off near the closest road to any of the quakes. It looks like there's a house here, but I do not see any equipment set up. I do not see anything else going on in terms of fracking. Now, it could be, once again, these images could be off, but they're 2017 images, and I don't see any drilling, any wells, anything through here besides a house sitting down through here. So as far as fracking, not sure if that's the case with this one. But we also had another big quake, a 6.5 striking in the Philippines. This one hitting at 4:03 p.m. local time. This one's said to have caused minor damage. Reading through some of the comments here, saying 15 earthquakes in Macedonia in the past few days. No one's talking about it. Well, that's interesting because that is the second time that I've seen someone mention the quakes in Macedonia, but yet there's not a single one on this earthquake map. So I'm going to look into that a little bit further as well. But I wanted to get this out there and let it be known. We have had a significant quake. A 5.8 is one to pay attention to. And when you see a swarm pick up after the quake, we definitely have something going on around this range. I will continue to update with information as I come across it. Like I said, if you guys come across anything as well, let me know, dabu7yahoo.com. If I get updated info that there's something that could have caused this and I have more evidence to back it, I will share that via Twitter. But as of right now, we have a swarm going on in Montana. And let's just hope we don't see any more big quake activity out of this. But I'll leave a link. I'll continue to update with more information as I come across it. It's been Dabu7. Peace.
Hunters chasing after the antelope in Wyoming's Bighorn Mountains have come across something quite unexpected, a crack in the earth about 700 yards long and 50 yards wide. The natural phenomenon was first recorded by Randy Becker and then later shared online by S.N.S. Outfitters, an antelope hunting guide service, where the pictures soon started to buzz. While hunting this past weekend in the Bighorns, we came across an awesome example of how our Earth is not as stable as you might think. Awesome forces at work here to move this much dirt, Becker wrote on Facebook. That's all I've got. Apocalypse nears. CERN, the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider, unleashes portals of hell, according to conspiracy theorists. As the European Organization for Nuclear Research, better known as CERN, resumed the run-2 of its particle-smashing project using the LHC, geared to better understand the universe, conspiracy theorists gang up to give their version behind the true intention of the program. It can be recalled that last year, CERN began the run-2 until it was halted for its year-end technical stop, in December 2015. According to an official statement from CERN, the program has officially resumed as of Friday, and it has since started a new bunch it's circulated. According to CERN, the LHC has enabled them to discover an important particle that can be helpful in learning more about the universe. The LHC is considered the world's largest particle accelerator. It reached a proton-proton collision energy of 13 TeV, the highest level achieved by an accelerator of its kind. But conspiracy theorists are not buying CERN's statement that the program is purely for scientific advancements, especially in providing information to better understand the universe. In fact, some conspiracy theorists connect CERN's experiment to a possible undercover mission that aims to unleash the forces of darkness, which it does, and they don't deny it. In fact, their physicists openly admit it. All across the board. You haven't seen the videos? Go to our website. Just go. Don't argue, just go. They're all there. We've caught them. In fact, don't argue is the wrong word. Don't wait. That was the word I was looking for. I don't know why I said don't argue. In fact, Lonnie Robinson wrote an opinion editorial in a Michigan newspaper, the Daily Reporter. Now, hang on. I want to say something here. You've got people who are publishing this in papers, which means there has to be some legitimacy to it, whether it be an editorial, an opinion, or whoever, or whatever. There's a reason it was published. There's a motive and an agenda behind the people who own the newspapers. Now, I'm not talking about CNN or all the other big, dumb corporations. We're talking about the local newspapers. That's what this is. In fact, Lonnie Robinson wrote an opinion editorial in a Michigan newspaper, the Daily Reporter, with a headline, "We should be very scared about CERN." Robinson wrote that CERN's objective with the LHC is insane. It was the European Organization for Nuclear Research that built CERN, known as the Large Hadron Collider, where scientists identified the God particle called the Higgs boson during 2012. This is the world's largest machine, a few stories high, located 300 feet underground and 17 miles in length. Robinson wrote in his article published in September last year. So, as CERN is starting up again, there are concerns that have yet to be even close to being addressed. Because there is truthfully a hidden agenda behind CERN. We've exposed it time and time and time and time again. But the question is, why aren't more people listening? I mean, let's put it on a scale here, because you now have pastors of small churches, not big churches, small churches, who are now bringing up the concerns of CERN, which shows that there is weight to this. There is something in this that God is trying to bring out through his people, saying pay attention to what's going on at the LHC. See, now, as we go forward, we have to recognize a significant problem. Well, yeah, a big problem. CERN will play the cover of what else takes place around the world, because in this year and the next year and the years to follow, they're building more of these colliders. You've got Japan, you've got China building larger than the LHC. You've got linear colliders going on in Japan. And pretty much, are they going to publish reports on what's going on there, or are we not going to see it like CERN does? And CERN's pretty hidden as it is anyways. But it has to hold weight with people that you now have pastors, you have newspapers also showing concern for what is actually going on at CERN. You know what's crazy? When conspiracy theorists or supposed conspiracy theorists say things like Planet X, it could potentially be the destroyer of planet Earth, the mainstream would say you're crazy. However, on phys.org, which is a pretty known website, a researcher on March 30th, 2016 links mass extinctions to Planet X. Periodic mass extinctions on Earth, as indicated by the global fossil record, could be linked to a suspected ninth planet, according to research published by a faculty member of the University of Arkansas Department of Mathematical Sciences. Daniel Whitmire, a retired professor of astrophysics, now working as a math instructor, published findings in the January issue of Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society that the as-of-yet undiscovered Planet X triggers comet showers linked to mass extinctions on Earth at intervals of approximately 27 million years. As for the years, we know they're all construed. Those scientists have been looking for Planet X for over 100 years. The possibility that it's real got a big boost recently when researchers from Caltech infrared its existence based on orbital anomalies seen in objects in the Kuiper Belt, a disc-shaped region of comets, and other larger bodies beyond Neptune. If the Caltech researchers are correct, Planet X is about 10 times the mass of Earth and could currently be up to 1,000 times more distant from the sun. Now, as what we know, there are signs that we're seeing this mysterious planet today. So there's a few questions that arise with this. Does this discovery of Planet X, which links to mass extinctions on Earth, are they using it, number one, as a cover-up? Number two, are they using it as a way to explain away some of the extinctions that have taken place throughout history, as well as what's the future hold for us? Because we know that Planet X has an orbit, and we know that it's closer to the sun, it's closer to Earth than what they're saying. There's a lot of research that proves that. But does it actually explain the anomalies and the crazy things that are going on with the Earth today? Does that explain it away? That's what I'm trying to come up with. I'm going to be doing a full report on this shortly. I don't know exactly when, but the amount that Planet X has been mentioned lately in the news is a bit alarming, because just a little while ago it was never mentioned. In fact, it was laughed at, right? Well, now you have people who are supposedly experts in the field. They discovered an anomaly out in Neptune. About 1,000 times, 1,000 times more distant than the sun, than the Earth from the sun. Wow, excuse me. And it's just really strange that all of a sudden this is now being mentioned when it's been denied for so long. Because we know there was a massive cover-up coming with Planet X. We know it. There was no doubt about it. NASA, all of them were covering it up. The question is why. And a lot of people are pointing to the answer that very soon it will be so hard to deny Planet X that they have to release it. So is that why they've released it? And is that why we're starting to see articles that Planet X is linked to mass extinctions on Earth? They can't hide it anymore. That's the question I'm asking. As well as, this is definitely linked to the end times, scripturally. We've got to understand what's going on with this. And we also have to understand the deception that comes with astronomical discoveries. So there's a bit of a big one with this one. Let's just put it that way. Let's generalize it. It's a big thing. It's a big one. It's 1,000 times bigger, 100 times bigger than Earth. Excuse me. Oh no, wait, that's correct. Yeah. Now, Planet X triggers these comet showers, which are what links to the mass extinctions on Earth. Does this also point to a near, or in the very near future, of a comet shower that is potentially going to be linked to a mass extinction on Earth? Is that what they're saying with this? We can keep reading, but Whitmire and his colleague, John Matz, I believe that's how you pronounce that. I apologize, Johnny, first published research on the connection between Planet X and mass extinctions in the journal Nature in 1985, while working as astrophysicist at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Their work was featured in a 1985 Time magazine cover story titled, "Did Comets Kill the Dinosaurs? A Bold New Theory About Mass Extinctions." At the time, there were three explanations proposed to explain the regular comet showers. Planet X, the existence of a sister star to the Sun, and vertical oscillations of the Sun as it orbits the galaxy. The last two ideas have subsequently been ruled out as inconsistent with the paleontological record. Only Planet X remained as a visible theory, and it is now gaining renewed attention. Wonder why? That's the question, is why? They've been covering this thing up, calling us crazy for so long. Now all of a sudden, it's almost as if it was a plan. So with that, I want to thank you guys for watching and listening, but I really do want to hear what you guys say in the comments, what you guys think about it. We obviously know it's a cover-up, but the question is, what type of cover-up? That's the big question that we all need to be asking here, because the potential of cover-up with Planet X is so large. It could be links to the next mass extinction. Of course, we know it's linked to the end times, but what's the motive behind the cover-up? That's what we need to discover. So with that, I want to thank you guys again for watching and listening. God bless and carry on.
Hello, all you beautiful.
And I'll remind you, Pluto's Planet 9. Earth is planet 10, so planet 9 is planet 11, and this is planet 12. Okay? There's thornews numerical arrangement. You can't disprove something that you never found, right? Warning. Mind you, Pluto's planet 9, Earth is planet 10, so planet 9 is planet 11, and this is planet 12. Okay? There's thornews numerical arrangement. You can't disprove something that you never found, right? Warning. This video finds me, Thor of Thornews, in a wild and wacky mood, so I might be acting a little weird. I don't know if you can handle that. Sweet. You've been warned.
Party dance time.
And action! Hit the button, baby.
My friend, we cannot keep this a secret any longer.
The solar system possesses an additional 9th planet.
What? Where? Why, what? Come on, man, out with it. We haven't got all day to waste.
There's a real planet out there still to be found.
This is the most fantastic story I've ever heard.
Okay, cool. This is a Thornews presentation. Deal with it.
Wait.
Start to see pictures, ain't you?
There's something out there.
Warning. This video finds me, Thor of Thornews, in a wild and wacky mood, so I might be acting a little weird. I don't know if you can handle that. Sweet. You've been warned. What am I thinking about? Oh yeah, they found a new planet, man. Yep. Forget planet 9. Wait, what? There's evidence of a 10th planet lurking at the edge of our solar system. Huh. Oh, I guess NASA didn't find it because NASA's talking about all their exoplanets they found 7 trillion light years away. They're like, hey, let's get really excited about a bunch of cool new planets that we'll never be able to get to in our life unless stargates are real. Anyway, let's find out more about this fascinating story because I hadn't had a space story light my fire in a while. Not counting the Wallops sounding rocket in the Send Baby NASA Parker mission thingy, which I will cover. Boom. I just clicked it. All right. Yeah. Can't stop it now. It's been clicked. We're at Newsweek. What is needed for life on another planet? Why are you even asking that question? Are you saying there's life on this planet? Newsweek? What the hell's that guy doing? Oh my God. Pet. What the? Forget Planet 9. No. I can never forget Planet 9. Ever. Not mine. I can't. There's evidence of a 10th planet lurking at the edge of our solar system. Oh my God, that is so exciting. I just got science juices all over myself. That's disgusting, and I don't even know what it means. A Mars-sized planet appears to be lurking at the edge of our solar system. And you know what that means, don't you? It's tiny. Yep, Napoleon-sized. You know what I'm saying? Because that probably means it's angry and a war all the time. A Mars-sized planet? What the hell? Jesus Christ, these websites are so crappy. Like, what type of website do you have where it just randomly places the thing right over the word you're trying to read? What are you doing? I'm gonna read. Alright. Craphead. Stupid Newsweek. What the hell? Oh my God. Hackers must be pissed again. You're so sensitive. Hackers are sensitive, that's for sure. Oh man. Like, if you ever sit there and are like, man, I wish a large group of InfoSec girls had a massive crush on me and were obsessive, I'd say rethink that wish, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Right, what am I talking about? Yeah. The planetary mass object seems to be disrupting the orbits of other smaller rocky bodies within the Kuiper Belt, a disc-shaped region of icy bodies beyond Neptune. The whole solar system extends around 2.3 billion miles. Oh my God, this is so fascinating. This planetary mass object is different from the hypothetical Planet 9. Thanks for clearing that up. That thing's supposed to be huge and on a crash course with Earth. I made that up to make this video more exciting. Oh no, now my scientific credibility is out the window. A huge object, that's what she said, believed to be orbiting the sun from the outer solar system. Evidence for this planet was announced in 2016 when scientists from Caltech, California found several objects with highly unusual orbits. And those scientists were Konstantin Bedigan, and I forget the other guy's name. I can't remember it for some reason. These orbits could, however, be explained by the existence of a giant planet with a mass about 10 times that of Earth. Dun dun dun. You see, celestial objects are drawn into the orbits of larger bodies. But if that was true, how come Earth isn't pulling in all these asteroids? You know, all the asteroids that fly by Earth? How come Earth's gravity does not suck them in? You know, that's how I get caught in all relationships. How come it doesn't do it to Earth? Asteroids. Hold on a second, I'm going to hit myself on the head with the microphone a couple times. Alright, I'm trying to mature and science it up a bit more. I think I'm a little off the rails. All the planets in the solar system orbit the sun, and the moon orbits Earth. Thanks, Newsweek. That is fascinating information. So when astronomers find bodies that are not orbiting in the way they should be, it suggests something else is influencing them. I guess it would be drugs. Oh man, wonder how high celestial drugs could get you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why don't they invent a legal drug that'll make you feel good? So on those days, you're like, holy crap, life is dragging me down. Hard to deal with. So I'm going to take some feel-good drugs that's totally legal. It's almost like they made drugs that would make you feel good, then they legalized them. It's a big scam. And then they'd go out and like make for-profit prisons to complete the circle on that giant societal scam of feeling good and criminalization. In a study, you know, whatever, Newsweek, your web designer sucks. Flat Earth balls donkey. I don't even know what that means, and that's not an insult to flat earthers. It just sounds funny when I say it. A team of scientists presented evidence of a planetary body sitting on the edges of the Kuiper Belt. Did any of that evidence happen to include a photograph? Catfolk and Renu Malhotra from the University of Arizona analyzed the tilt angles and orbits of over 600 Kuiper Belt objects. Wow, did humans do it? You'd think they'd have an app for that. Alright, this is what Planet 10 is supposed to look like. You might be like, hey, they have a lot of blue on it. I'm like, you're right, they do. You might be like, that means water. I mean, nah, because I found this thingy. It's like Mars. It shows you Mars every day. That makes it look like Mars is blue. Where is that stupid thing? I should go back. So, here's the Martian weather report. And you can even get it to spin. See, Mars is blue. It's the weather they're saying. It's from April, but look, Mars looks pretty blue. So you can either have a conspiracy theory that, like, they're lying to us about Mars, dun dun dun, or it just looks blue. Fantastic article. What is that? Why do you stick the crap in my... I can't... How am I supposed to read an article, man? There you go. They discovered the most distant KBOs is tilted away. It should be R tilted away from the orbital plane they should be sitting on, meaning something in this region is warping their orbits. Imagine you have lots and lots of stops, and you give each one a slight nudge. Malhotra said in a statement. If you then take a snapshot of them, you will find their spin axes will be different orientations. Wait, if we're talking about sexual orientations of these Kuiper Belt objects, then that totally changes the definition of fast spinning tops. Oh my god, did I make that joke? I did! 2 points for me, negative 5 points for me. But on average, they will be pointing to the local gravitational field of Earth. They found that for the KBOs that were farther out than 50 astronomical units, the average plane warps away from the one they should be on. Okay, so we have found a new planet in our solar system, in our calculators again. And I'll remind you, Pluto's planet 9, Eris is planet 10, so planet 9 is planet 11, and this is planet 12. Okay, there's a thornews numerical arrangement. You can disagree with it if you want, and then you can down thumbs me. And every time you down thumbs me, I start to cry tears out of my eyeballs, and I start to bleed out of my butt. So if you are a hater, hit that down thumbs button and make me release bodily fluids in multiple ways. The most likely explanation for our results is that there is some unseen mass. There's a joke there, but I think I've made too many inappropriate jokes already. Lead author Volk said, according to our calculations, something as massive as Mars would be needed to cause the warp that we measured. Oh, so it might even be bigger or more massive, because mass is not weight. Volk and Malhotra calculate the Mars-sized object would sit around 60 AU. And you know what? If we had replaced the Hubble, what is that, 1995 telescope, we might be able to see this thing easy as pie. We might have found planet 9 easy as pie. But no, like 25 years later, we still haven't replaced the Hubble. They're like, hey, don't worry, the James Webb Space Telescope is coming next year. I'm like, okay, I guess, whatever. The observed distant KBOs are concentrated in a ring about 30 astronomical units wide and would feel the gravity of such a planetary mass object over time. So hypothesizing one planetary mass to cause the observed warp is not unreasonable across the distance. Another explanation for the weird KBO's orbits would be, these scientists were like, hey, if Mike Brown find a planet in his calculator and gets super famous and get organizations like Newsweek to be talking about it, maybe we can find a planet in our calculator. You can't disprove something that you never found, right? You can keep hypothesizing on it for days, months, years. Wait, that's not what that says. Another explanation for the weird KBO orbits could be that a star traveling past our solar system at some point in the past knocked them out of alignment. Oh, was it a neutron star? Once the star is gone, all the KBOs will go back to processing around their previous plane. That would have required an extremely close passage of about 100 AU, and the warp would be erased within 10 million years, so we don't consider this a likely scenario. I was wondering, how come they don't show us the stars around us going around the Sagittarius A galaxy that we were supposed to go around, or I'd like to see all the stars in motion, even in a computer-generated system. Show us how they work. They never do that. They said the launch of the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, a new telescope that will survey the sky, should help identify the planet if it exists. Wonderful. Commenting on the study, Andrew Coates, professor of physics and deputy director of the solar system, wow, that's a title, at UCL's Mullard Space Science Laboratory, UK, tells Newsweek, the jury is still out when it comes to working out what is causing the weird behavior of KBOs. Early last year, the alignment of the orbits of 6 objects behaving oddly was linked with a possible but yet unseen object called Planet 9, about 10 times the size of Earth. The suggestion was that it is orbiting between 200 and 1,200 to 2,000 astronomical units in the Kuiper Belt. He says, in the middle of the year, last year, computer modeling suggested that as its orbit is much further from the sun than us, such an object could be a captured exoplanet from another star in the Milky Way some 4.5 billion years ago. Or it may be an ejected forming planetary core from our own solar system. The new paper suggests, based on a measured statistically significant warping of the solar system's plane, that this could instead be consistent with a Mars or Earth-sized object at a much closer distance. Well, so now it's grown to Earth-sized. Fascinating. In all cases, what we really need is observations of any object to back it up. The hunt is on for not one planet, but now two, with several existing and planned spacecraft and telescopes on the way. Whoop-de-doo. Michelle Bannister, an astrophysicist research center at Queen's University, Belfast, UK, tells Newsweek the possibility of Planet 10 is entirely reasonable. You expect objects like this to form in the initial growth of tiny planets. Whatever. Most of the planets stayed really tiny. Whatever. So they call them planetesimals. Maybe they have tiny people and tiny animals growing on them. You don't know. And they became the KBOs. But some of them got bigger. Alright. Most of them have to be scattered and lost from the solar system. But we know a few of them remaining. Pluto, for example. It's entirely reasonable you would have a Mars-sized object at some point. The question is, why would we not have found it yet? That's a great question. Bannister says Planet 10 could be located in one of the only areas of the sky that could hide any large object, a region covered by the Milky Way. At that point, it becomes a lot harder to find distant moving objects because there's just so many still. It's a region of the sky where you could potentially hide an object. Wait, whose planet hiding? It's possible. It's quite plausible. The fact that there's this twist in the orbit of the KBOs, it's really suggestive. Kind of like a lot of the jokes in this video, baby. All right, great. We got Planet 12 now. Fantastic. God bless everyone. Stay tuned for the next wild and crazy thornews astronomical adventure. Hopefully the weather will let me do a few. You never know. Ladies and gentlemen, this Planet X story is crazier than I am.
right pretty much all day, every day. And Grammarly makes me a better writer.
It catches my grammar errors, spelling errors, and even helps me find the right word.
And online fashion retailer ASOS has been praised for using untouched photos of models to promote their latest swimwear range. Customers have commended the website for helping to make natural be seen as more normal.
This feeling that women have of they don't want to turn into the sort of plastic fantastic that seems to be approved of by a certain group of females.
It does make you wonder why any photos of models are touched up, really. I mean, they're beautiful people. Why touch them up in the first place? Do you think other retailers might follow this lead, Dan?
I think they will. And I look, I think it's a terrific idea, and it's this idea of seeing people, normal people. Now, have you checked your social media already this morning? Chances are you have, and you're not alone.
And part of the problem that's the flip side of, you just being social and wanting to get on with people is that you start to care about people's whose opinions normally would not matter to you if social media didn't exist. So do you think that this could have long-term psychological impacts then? In a funny sort of way, Lisa,
Often because we're on social media, it makes people feel quite vulnerable because they overcare, they overshare. And with that vulnerability, they're increasing their desire to be liked. So every time you get a like, what you're wanting to do is get a serotonin or dopamine hit. So what that means, you get that pleasure hormone. So to reduce your anxiety, you go back and get liked and liked and liked. So we set up quite a vicious cycle.
Phones yet, but I find that they get disengaged when they're just totally absorbed in the screen and they don't really realise what's going on around them, and that's what this survey found. And I don't want that to happen to my kids. I totally agree with Michelle. It's new technology and it's part of their future lives, but I just think we've got to be careful how much we allow them to absorb themselves in these sometimes mindless screens.
Yeah.
It just boggles my mind that people are able to wield this kind of power in someone else's local community.
It sent chills up my body. Who in their right mind would want to have a cross taken down? It's been there for 60 years.
The organization also wants Bibles and crosses inside the building removed as well.
I don't think that it's our job as a society to change everything to make sure no one is offended. I really believe it's a slippery slope, and we're really spiraling in it right now.
Do you anticipate more divorces this year?
You know, I tell you, we went through all 50 states. We managed to look at this for the past 15 years and see who is going through a divorce, who's filing. Is it a man or is it a woman? Well, states that kind of turned blue or red, we found an increase in divorce filings for those which were blue states versus red states based on how that election went. I even got people coming to our website saying to us, listen, I am going to file for divorce because he voted for Trump or she voted for Hillary. And believe it or not, those aren't valid reasons for filing for a divorce, but we've gotten them sent over more time than you can imagine.
Brand new video this morning showing the moment a car rams into the Arkansas state capitol, destroying the Ten Commandments monument. The suspect is now in custody, but the community, of course, is still rattled as this act of violence comes less than 1 day after that statue was unveiled.
A Christian school in Canada is being told to stop teaching Bible verses that could be deemed offensive.
So in fact, there's this changing of the guard when it comes to the young generations. When you look at those that are retirees, those aged over 65, still more than 70% of those adhere to Christianity. So you're seeing that shift, that increased globalization, that secularization that's happening, where Australia is really following the lead of what's happened in many parts of Europe.
More than a dozen new laws took effect today, but one in particular has gotten national attention.
Governor Matt Bevin publicly signing House Bill 128, which allows public schools to teach courses on the Bible.
The scriptures is always positive things, positive influences, positive, and kids need to have some positive influence these days.
The bill's sponsor says students need to understand the role the Bible played in American history.
Really did set the foundation that our founding fathers used.
Don't fight in the North or the South. Fight every battle.
To develop documents like the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all of those came from principles from the Bible.
A lot of things we do with science is analytical, and we don't spend a lot of time contemplating how things are, why things are the way they are.
But the idea that we would not want this to be an option for people in schools, that would be crazy. I don't know why every state would not embrace this, why we as a nation would not embrace this.
Because they're watching you and they're saying, do you believe it enough to take it on to the next person? Do you believe it enough to act it out? Do you believe it enough to give your life for it, to know how Jesus felt? It's heavy.
But Eubank had to get to the little girl, putting up a blanket of protective smoke so he could run. The rescue took just 12 seconds. The little girl was safe. Why did you do it?
Love. And I remembered this scripture, greater love has no man, he laid down his life for his friends.
Yes, ma'am, and that's John 15:13. Greater love hath no man than this, and he laid down his life for his friends.
The local authorities say passages in the Bible that denigrate or vilify one's sexual orientation should not be studied in class. The school disagrees, however, saying the ban would violate its constitutional rights.
That's what the school board used, is the word offense. They said you need to get rid of all offensive texts from the Bible and stop teaching it.
And I walk up to this man. I said, hi, I'm Sadie. I said, I don't have any money, honestly. I don't have anything on me right now, but I do have this. And this is everything, and I want to give this to you. And he looked at me, and his eyes filled with tears.
You could be an atheist and you would appreciate there's a lot of wisdom in the Bible.
He said, no. He said, I'm an atheist. So I said, okay, I'll respect that. So I start walking away.
But ISIS still holds on to a piece of Mosul and Tel Afar, Hawija, other areas, of course, in Syria. And as you're saying, not only are they wicked, you can't underestimate them. They need to be fought step by step. And I pray for them too, but those that don't want another way.
And I turn around and I look at him and I said, are you sure? He said, yes. So I lay the book down. No, don't leave it, don't leave it. I was like, do you want it? He's like, no, I don't want it, but don't leave it. I said, okay, why? He said, please give it to somebody that will take it. Because somebody needs it, but it just can't be me.
We're talking about things and houses and everything. I think they've got it tough because of what's going on in the world with social media and all of those other things. And the internet.
Yeah.
I think as good as it is, it has 50% bad to it.
Yeah.
That is the other thing they're finding, which is that in a sense, the luckier we are, the sadder we get. So there's,
You're not sad, are you?
No, not anymore. I'm an antidepressant. It's absolutely
See, that's
true.
to the club.
That's right.
Listen,
That's what they think it is.
Can I just say something? I told you, I think everybody should be on an antidepressant. The world would be a better place.
This truly unique event marks the end of Mona's Dark Mofo Festival, a 2-week celebration of the dark, the cold, and pushing the boundaries. The park is home to many of the festival's artistic draw cards and is said to be darker and fierier than ever before.
Well, for the last 2 weeks, sunrise and sunset in Hobart.
Fight with the copier, schedule a manicure, lice outbreak at the school, massage to keep your cool.
Weeks, sunrise and sunset in Hobart has been marked by an eerie, echoing call. Lee Carmichael said, "There's a school of thought that believes it's by facing our fears and embracing the darkness that we more deeply appreciate the light and the joy." "2017 was the 5th year that Hobart has played host to Dark Mofo. In the words of its incredibly talented creative director, Lee Carmichael, Dark Mofo explores the full spectrum of human emotion, enabling a deeper understanding of the nature of existence. Indeed, the entire city has been booked out. Hotels, restaurants and transport businesses all benefited from this festival. And indeed, it was bringing light out of the darkness.
And Jesus said, that is how I feel. Because Jesus is extending his hand to us with truth, with promises, with something that can save us from a dark world. And sometimes we just say, no, we don't want that. We're just going to lay here. We're just going to stick with this life. We just walk away. And Jesus is saying, no, are you sure? Please take it. I died for this. Please take it. And that guy knew somebody would. He knew. He didn't feel worthy, and that breaks my heart because we're all worthy. But he knew that something in that book was good because he didn't want me to lay it on the floor. He didn't want me to give up on it. He saw it in my eyes that what I was holding was truth and something I believed.
Hi, everybody, it's Steve Olson. It is July 6, 2017. We're taking a look at the Yellowstone volcanoes. I usually avoid this subject because so many people do such a good job covering it that it doesn't feel like I add anything to it. But the thing is that Newsweek and all the big mainstream media sources are now picking it up on the story. And of course, experts tell us not to worry, but you're very aware of this, right? Well, it's not just the Yellowstone situation that's disconcerting in the 5-point-plus earthquake that happened in Montana today, which was the first time in 34 years that they saw anything like that. It's the unusual placement of volcanoes, where we're getting them off the coast of Britain, and we're getting them in different places around the world where we're not used to seeing them. And again, is it any wonder? Look at all the magnetic pressure that's on the Earth right now, guys. This is the pressure that comes from the sun side, and this is the pressure that's coming from somewhere else in space. And we're suspecting that this rear pressure on the Earth is coming from another solar system that's approaching ours, or that's interacting with our solar system right now. And so that reverse pressure in the Earth is just getting pushed and pulled and mashed and just back and forth. And that's why we're seeing, I think, this seismic activity and so forth. And then also the magnetic lines of force, or the lines of force, are still, like, we're getting opposing forces from behind the Earth. So I know I talk about this a lot, but this kind of activity absolutely translates into this kind of activity, guys. And some people are saying that we're getting some kind of galactic hit. I'm not sure I believe that too much. You know what I mean? I think that this is coming from other planetary bodies in our solar system. That's my opinion. It's just my opinion. You can believe whatever you want, research, prove me wrong. But man, don't attack our character. Don't attack people's character. Don't shoot the messenger. Go do your research. And if you find something that's better or different, let me know, man. I'm open to readings or photographs of, supposedly we have actually had probes go out and look at Nibiru or the Cobulus system or whatever you want to say. This is supposedly, I'm not sure if it is or not, is a picture of the system from a couple years ago. Just something to look at. This is from the IRTF cameras in Hawaii from NASA. And what you're going to see here is just a lot of busy stuff going on. But there's that ring again. There's that mysterious ring again. Why do we keep seeing this ring develop and be seen over and over again? I don't know. Here, this one, look at this, guys. Jesus. Man, look at the interesting. This one is interesting to me, guys, because look at this. You can very faintly see the orb, okay, in the sky. All right? Big circle in the sky. Okay? Let me show you where it is here. See that circle? Now, the reason why this photograph is so convincing to me is because check out what we got in the water. We have got its shadow in the water, guys. This is a legit photograph. Shadow in the water, orb. What else can you say about it? This is a picture that I took today, a couple days ago, and I was just looking out in the sun. Can anybody tell me how the sun that's 93 million miles away casts light in almost a 90-degree fashion off the sun? This goes back to what we theorize, is that this is an artificial light source. It's much closer to the Earth than the sun. And let me show you a couple pictures that illustrate what I'm saying. This one, but mostly this one. I want to go back one here. That one. Now, we get a lot of these double sun pictures, guys. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you to consider this. Is it possible that this isn't a second sun, but it's the real sun? And the one, and this lighted object in front is actually the artificial sun causing the light. So what we really have is an artificial simulated sun, and the real sun sometimes pokes its head out, and you can see it. Could that possibly be? It's just the way I think of it. Same thing with the moon. When you see the moon like this, you know, and again, I think this is just some type of I think this might be like the real moon and the moon that we're seeing, or some kind of a strange something. I don't know, but it's just a theory that I have. That's all. You know, I am with my theories. Here's moon glow today, you guys. Check this out. Look at the big red ring, big green thing, and then the very, very strong red indication there in there. Look at this. Yeah. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here at all. Moon glow always gives us the best. Now, what's interesting about this is I took this in the afternoon, and they always freeze the cameras where they see something amazing. I don't know what it has, like an automatic freeze feature on it, but there it is, right? There it is, 5:41 Central Daylight Time today. Here's one from Sweden. Look at this. Look at this big orb, refraction or whatever it is. Now, several hours go by, and then it comes up in the opposite sky. Or am I just like, is that just me? That just me over here? Look at this. Tell me what that is, guys. I'd like to know. I would really, 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 really like to know what that is. I believe it's a planet. That's just me. Or refraction therein. All right, let's take a look at some ISS. We haven't looked at ISS in a while. And this is a good series here. Let me get my little clicker off so we can get a nice clear shot. Get the whole screen filled up for it. And let's look at it. ISS today. So the first thing is, what the hell is that on the horizon? What's that? I have since watching the ISS, I've seen a lot of weird stuff, but watch what happens. First thing we're going to see is this big red. What is this red from underneath there? I don't get that. I don't get why we get a red refraction only in that one spot. But then watch as the green comes up from the background. See how the green just like shines out from the background like that? I've never seen anything like this ISS before. And then the red just comes back again, and it actually reflects all around the camera. It's just wild. This is not normal. I've seen a lot of ISS footage in my day, guys, and we are looking at some weird stuff there. That's all I got to say about that. And then finally, here's more of those double suns again. I believe real sun, false sun. I don't think it's two suns, but that's just me. And then we've got two photographs here from Bellevue. And I'll just blow this up again. This one's very convincing to me. It's the right spot, and it moved. So when it moves, I'm more convinced. When it doesn't move, I don't know what to tell you about what it is. Now, just to finish up, make sure. Now, Minneapolis is blowing up to be a big event on August 25th and 26th. You guys do not want to miss it. You can join via pay-per-view, or you can join in person. Click on the link below. Join us. Be part of what we're doing. We want to talk about how a person could survive and thrive in this type of an event. Hope you all are doing well. I hope you have a great week, and the rest of your week goes well. God bless.
Is it possible that there is something I don't fully understand about life, the understanding of which would change everything?
Love it. Beautiful. But yeah, 4th of July. Look at how our 4th. Love it. Beautiful. But yeah, 4th of July. Look at how our 4th looks like. Again, there is a light source coming from the west. That is the west. This is, oh, that is the east. This is the west. East, west. So this is like the 5th consecutive day I've been capturing this fucking phenomenon with that light source over there. I've had pictures. I've been in Key West. That's what I'm looking at. I could tell, apparently, and I'm looking at this level, Northern Hemisphere, New Hampshire. The light source has to be coming from the upper right-hand corner. And if I turn around and look at the upper right-hand corner, oh, what do we got? Oh, there's the sun. There's the sun right there. Lower. It's the sun, right? Well, who the hell knows? But let's take a peek here for a minute. Yeah. So if that is at that plane level, that means if I turn this way, and I gotta go up a little bit to look at the moon, that means the light source would have to be coming from the lower right-hand corner. That's where the sun is. So the shadow would be up in the upper left-hand corner. Just saying.
This is a camera that King's Observatory in Valdosta, Georgia, shut down after this image. I'll show it to you here. And this thing's been running for a while. But see this thing? What the hell is that? And I've seen this before, but I haven't really talked about it very much. It's like, what would possibly just show up behind the sun so huge? Again, I know it's from a long time ago, but still, nonetheless, it's very interesting, right? I mean, what the hell is that? What could possibly cause something like that on the camera? I don't know. Interesting, isn't it? Now, if you are traveling by air, you'll know that the heat in Arizona and other places has been causing flight delays. This is part of the, I don't know, you call it the frog in the water phenomenon, where things just continue to get worse a little bit at a time, and people don't really notice relative to how bad it got overall. But I don't ever remember 120-degree Fahrenheit temperatures shutting down flights last year or the year before. Do you guys? And now they're actually saying, in general, there is going to be more and more flight problems as this, what they're calling climate change, affects flights. And we think this climate change is being affected by this incoming system, you know? So just take a look at these articles. But again, it's just one of the frog in the water type things that we talk about all the time. The magnetic stuff continues, you guys, today. I mean, it just keeps going, just like we talked about yesterday. We see that this reverse pressure on the Earth is actually making its way into the satellite band, and that continues. It just keeps going, okay? Interesting stuff, guys. And here is a bloom sky from yesterday in California. And there's a couple things I wanted to talk about in this one. First of all, time-lapse photography is our best tool that we have in observing the system, only because it allows us to look at things over a period of time and not just an isolated photograph. Now, the first thing you'll notice is this thing down here stays consistent with the sun, which is not consistent with the lens flare, by the way, and the sun travels in front of it. Now, watch this ring develop. That's what I'm interested in. Watch this ring develop. See how there's this seemingly like a ring in this part of the sky? Excuse me. In addition to that, the objects that are in the sky too. But what is that? What is that? And then you see the big, huge red orb behind the sun. What is that? Interesting, right? Here's one from St. George on the 2nd, again, showing the multiple objects up in the sky. Right there in the corner. See it there and there. And then the final one I'll show is this one. And it just shows the objects up in the sky. Again, this time-lapse photography is very, very useful in terms of us seeing different things up there. And it is consistent that we have this kind of multicolored orb up there. Here's a lens flare that will blow your mind. Explain, how do I get a lens flare like this, guys? How do you point your camera at the sun, get a big, huge red thing around the sun, multiple objects around it, and then that very distinct, weird green in this? Again, you can call that a lens flare because that's exactly what it is. It's a refraction of light. But there's no, if it was just the sun, why am I getting so many different objects in the refractions, you know? And then finally, I wanted to look at some, where was this thing taken? But anyway, it was a sunrise from an airplane, and we get this double reflection on the airplane glass sometimes. So sometimes airplanes aren't the best possible place to get stuff. So anyway, I just wanted to finish up with just a little bit of a discussion about blame. Okay, and we've got to, in order for us to really, you know, I think hold back the things that hold us back. We have to deal with victimization. We have to deal with being a victim or a perpetrator. And just let me read you this quote and see what you think. When you blame others, and I don't care what it's for, you are affirming that you have no power and your existence is only a reaction to the power of others. So I get a lot of blame, and hopefully it's not because my power or anything like that, but it's just, it's one of those things where I put stuff out there that's really disturbing and it's hard to understand and it's really hard to believe. Until you stop blaming and become positively self-critical, you are not going to move forward. So when I see people blaming a lot of people and pointing the finger at a lot of different people, I'm looking at people a lot of times that aren't self-critical enough to say, where am I wrong? What did I do wrong? And I hope that WSO and I have been, you know, good about trying to be self-critical and, you know, able to take feedback. Blame anchors us to the past, a place we cannot change. Acceptance frees us to the future. Empowerment is never about blame. It's about taking personal responsibility. Stop blaming and start being. So in other words, what I want to encourage everybody, you know, to stop blaming each other for the wrong in your life or the things that maybe are going wrong or whatever, and take that personal accountability. And that includes information that we're looking at. Like if I make a mistake and, you know, say that Nibiru is Jupiter or something stupid, I have to take a responsibility for that too, because we're trying to seek the truth. Too often we tend to blame everything and everyone else, including God, for our misfortune, right? Problems and any resulting improper behaviors and attitudes. When there comes a time that we have to accept that we are responsible for the consequences of our own actions. So, like if I do something to poke you in the eye and you poke me back, there's consequences. The level of faith with which we choose to face each day and how we treat each other, and for doing the best of our ability, the tasks that have been placed before us. When we do, then does divine providence begin to move on our behalf and open doors of peace and understanding. And just to kind of quote, to kind of underscore it, through all of this, Job did not sin, nor did he blame God or anybody else. And let no one say when he is tempted, I'm tempted by God, for God cannot be tempted by evil, nor does he himself tempt anyone. So at the end of the day, guys, we're looking at this stuff. People are throwing a lot of victim perpetrator blame about, Nibiru, different, whatever. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what does matter is that there's a system approaching us, and we have to pull together as a species. And I think it's going to take a lot of forgiveness. But I think we can do it, guys. We need to forgive each other and move on. Let's get on with this thing, and I love you all. Have a great day.
Hi everyone, this is Nibiru Watcher. It is July 6th, 2017, and I have presented many times in the past about these dark, shadowy planet-like objects on cameras, and maybe even to the naked eye. And you will not be disappointed. Please hang out. I have more evidence that these are celestial bodies that are eclipsing our sun and the moon. There is a moon simulator, just like there is a sun, just like a sun simulator. So let's just dig right into this evidence. Are these spots on the camera? Well, let's just keep watching, because if it was a spot on the lens of the camera, it would not move around. But I want you to watch something more powerful. This moon. And I'll prove to you that this is the moon. As it rises in the southwest sky in Germany. All the camera evidence I'm going to show you today are south and southwest. Southwest. At the same time. Behold. This is going to blow you away. Now, watch this. Moon pass. This moon get eclipsed. The light of the moon being eclipsed. Let's just show. I just got to show you this. Watch what happens when the sun is being blocked from shining its light on the moon by a planetary object. Yes. So we got to turn on the moon simulator and get behind this thing and watch a halo right here. So now we've got the big sun. We cannot see a lot of characteristics of it. I'll probably want to bet this is not a full moon. And you couldn't tell what was a moon or not because we've got chemtrails in front of it. Next. The evidence keeps growing. Look at that. You seeing what I'm seeing, people? Is that the same shadow? I think it is. Because look, it disappeared. Absolutely breathtaking. But wait, we didn't just catch that on one camera. Look at that. The shadows over the lake, okay? Whoa. Okay. Anything that's absolutely perfectly round isn't pretty. Can't be freaking clouds. All right. First of all, let's look at the timestamp on this one. Let's go back because I've got this object captured on multiple cameras at the same time. It's the same moon, right? The same day, Friday the 7th, right? This is at midnight. I want you to catch this at the same time. Now, here we have the same object. This is at 2100 hours. Again, in Germany. Facing the south. Okay, look. Sorry, go a little faster. Forgive me. Goes south. Now, let's watch the time lapse on this one. At the same time as the moon, disappeared, gets behind this planetary object. Here it comes. You watch for the eclipse. Oh, shucks. What do we have here? We see what I've shown in my other videos, the beginning of a halo with, it's not a sundog. What do we call that, a moon dog? Okay, right. I'll give you an example of what that was, but let's just keep watching the time lapse. Now we got chemtrails appearing in front of the sun. Here is our shadow. let's watch it keep passing in front. Let me gotta zoom this in because when you click on it, oh, look at that. It's about to be eclipsed. Just like it was in the other camera. And now they got chemtrails in front of it. Oh, but I've saved the best for last because just take a deep breath and keep watching. You know, I really like to make videos and this just takes your breath away. So, oh, look at that. A lunar halo. Wow. People, if you can't see that, tilt your monitor side, let it reduce the brightness, and you will see the outline of this dark halo as it passes. I still save the best for last, so just keep watching. So, again, we have a moon dog. Yeah, I know what that is, and I'll get into that. Just hang in there. Okay, let's just gotta click on this one again. We're on camera number 3 now, right? We see the moon halo with the chemtrail clouds masking the moon simulator, and now, behold, I believe this to be actually Planet X. Again, just like we saw it at the 2100-hour mark on this camera. Let's click on that. Why do you see starlight through it? Remember, it's projection because we have lenses in front of it. Now, zoom in on that one. So you think that's still a spot on the lens, appearing all the time on the same 4 different cameras, different cities, around the world. It disappears. It's still going to hang out in the area, though. Watch this. Watch as the moon passes in front of this object. Here comes the moon. What? Are you kidding me? Remember I said there's a planet out there. They're hiding it with a lens array. Pulling them out of focus. And here is the early signs of a dark halo around the moon. How does that work? Oh my goodness. I can't believe my eyes. There you go. Look at that, people. A lunar halo. Now, I'm going to show my video again, what's happening here. As this planet passes in front of it, look at do you see the line of this halo right here? Zoom that in again. Right here. They're starting to see the absence of light right here. They're manipulating the light. We have those. And this is right. This is current image, right? This is 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Takes my breath away, people. Takes my breath away. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see the demonstration of what I was talking about again for those who missed it about the fake sun or the sun simulator and the moon simulator. Why do they have moon simulators? Well, this object here is a representation of the sun. This dark circular object would be the celestial body eclipsing the sun. We would want people to freak out because we would have an eclipse, so we must continue to have some light. So let's put a fake light source in front of it, like a flashlight. It could be mirrored from the actual sun, and then you're going to have the dark halos. Let me pause here. That outside the edge, you're going to get the actual sunlight from behind the celestial body. Yeah, sorry I never talked about the moon simulator with the lack of evidence. But keep in mind, one thing I had in this description, go back and watch this video. Dark sun halos are solar eclipses and lunar eclipses. Why else would they be chemtrailing the moon? For the same reason the chemtrail is. Just please go back and watch it for the lack of time on these videos. So let's review what I just showed you. Can you see the moon? Not a direct view, can you? But you certainly start to see a dark halo. Okay, this is solar system scope. You can see I've got the crosshairs near Europe, over Italy, Germany, where the moon, yes, that's the moon. We can see it. This is the current position that we have on the time. We could see that this celestial body is near the moon and Pluto and Sagittarius. So, and the sun had long set below Mars. Just thought I'd show that as a point of reference. So please copy, like, and share this video. The days are short. Just have a look at that lunar halo. Because it would probably have been a new moon because if we get a solar eclipse from not from our Earth, but from another body, that would be a new moon. And it's probably not a new moon. So here we have a solar halo, lunar eclipse from another planet, not our Earth. And let's just look at the night sky progression here. Here it is at 2200 hours over Lake Starnberg, clear skies all day long. We get, I believe, Planet X because of the speed of this system coming in. But watch how they start spraying the skies at night to cover this up. And again, and now we've got the halo right where Planet X just was. I'll have a follow-up on this because usually when I got videos this compelling, look at those chemtrails. Why would you chemtrail the moon? Because you can't see the details because it is eclipsed. You wouldn't be able to take a picture or see its craters during an eclipse. It's being absolutely 100% blocked by another planet. Absolutely stunning. I am so blown away by this. Look how dark this moon is. I'm going to show this again. Let's show this. What are you going to call this, Miros? A moon dog? Really? Ice crystals, right? Really? Ice crystals. Moon dog. And then the skies get dark. And then, yeah. You could thank the lens array for this crazy system. Well, please copy, like, and share this video.
this is Hitler over here and Nibiru, Planet X the Awakening. We are joined here by our lovely doctor, Mrs. Claudia. She just arrived from over there in South Africa. She's had quite a journey, but she is now here in the United States, everybody, to bring you the latest and biggest updates on Nibiru. I just want everybody to know here over at Nibiru, Planet X the Awakening, homeboys, is going to be well taken care of in my hands. She's even sleeping on my couch. Now, we got people, we got trolls, we got everybody attacking her. Let's get some insight from Mrs. Claudia Albers herself, shall we?
Hello. Hi. Hi, everybody. I am Mrs. Claudia. I am professor at major university in South Africa. Now, I am here to talk about brown dwarfs and blue dwarfs and purple dwarfs. I just want everyone to know that I arrived on my flight. I had a 30-hour flight from Qatar, and I landed safely at the Pittsburgh International Airport, where I was met by my head of security. His name is Todd, and of course, we all know Scott, who runs the channel. Now, I've had a rough night between the trolls attacking my emails, and Scott's couch is very, very, how you say, lumpy. And I took a black light to Mr. Scott's couch before I sleep on it. And when I light the black light up, all I see is white stains all over his black leather couch. Now, I got past all of that. I was able to still get a few hours of sleep. And then I was waking up in the middle of the night. I felt somebody on top of me. I opened my eyes because you don't know the trolls. They want to hurt me. So I did not know who it was. So I opened my eyes and it's Scott. And he's trying to have sexual fellatio with me. Now, I don't want to be a rude house guest. So I spread my legs for Scott last night. And I let him stick his brown dwarf inside of my South African hoo-hoo, as you say. Yee. Now, it was fun. I mean, Scotty's not the biggest downstairs, but I haven't had any sexual relations with another male in quite some time now. I have been focusing on and all the brown dwarfs in our solar system. I had to pick up smoking because Scott and this whole Chris Potter thing is just getting my nerves, and it's just rattling me in ways I have never been rattled before. Now, I know Scott likes to lie to all of his subscribers out there, but I do not lie. There is big brown dwarf, and it is headed towards the United States and should make impact on land sometime by the end of July. Now, predicting this brown dwarf, Scott, should be come down on the 24th of July. So we need to get a preparedness system in effect so that the people are not for the disasters on which are going to occur in our solar system and here on Earth. Now, I've done many in South Africa institution where I have taught and I have taught many students, Scott. Yes, I know. You question my authority and if I real physicist or professor. Let's just say I am. Now, we have reasonable proof that a brown dwarf can see 6 AUs behind the sun. Now, what does that mean for Earth? If the brown dwarf is 6 AUs from what? Scott, I cannot read your writing. You have very sloppy handwriting, Scott. Does that say blue Kachina? Okay, brown dwarf and blue Kachina will enter our solar system at the end of June. Now, you should be able to, at the ecliptical point of the sunrise, when the sun is setting to the west, you have an ecliptical point where it will cause the red light refracting off of Scott's SUV in the parking lot of 644 Highland Avenue. I am staying at Scott's house at 644 Highland Avenue, Latrobe, Pennsylvania. Now, the brown dwarf will attack Earth on the 24th of July. Now, as far as Chris Potter is concerned, I don't know what happened between Scott and Chris. I know we were all getting along at one point, and Chris was my friend, and he was security, and he wanted to make sure I get to the United States, all right? And, you know, Scott's been a real good guy to me. He has treated me with nothing but the utmost respect for jumping on top of me on his black coat leather couch last night and performing sexual advances towards me. Now, I know you say maybe Scott pays me to say things. He doesn't pay me to say these things. Like I said, I am physicist. I do read a lot from Scott's memos. Scott prepares pieces for me to talk about on the live feeds, and then I read them word for word. Now, I do have degrees. I have had some college experience, but an astronomer or a physicist, I do not consider myself. I am reading off of teleprompters what Scott and Mr. Potter have told me to read. I'm sorry that the trolls, they do not like me, but Scott is only friend I have here in America, and he is so nice to me, and he shows me his little dinghy every night. He strips it out, and he just lays that big thing of his, and he puts it on my breastises, and then I get off and I like. So I continue to sleep on Scott's black leather sofa. Now, I'm going to be having a book pretty soon, me and Scott, and it was Potter, but now Potter, we think that Potter is somehow been hacked, or he might even be a special agent, how you say. We don't know, but we just have these speculations from Scott and the trolls and everybody else. So I have told Scott to cut all contact with Mr. Potter because it looks very, very, very bad for me, Claudia, the physicist, and my good friend Scott Hitler from Pennsylvania. Now, I have to end this because me and Scott have to go to Walmart to get things for our barbecue that we are going to have later this afternoon. I will be bringing you more posts about the brown and blue dwarfs which will enter our solar system at the end of July. As for my sexual relationship with Mr. Scott, I did have husband, but I've always been amused by Guido charm. I like when the Guidos, they act tough and they pretend they're tough guys. That just makes my cherry blossom, and it makes me all wet inside, Scott. So that's why I am staying here on your couch. But as far as brown dwarfs entering our solar system, I will have to talk more on this matter in days to come. The troll fractions are stomping down on me and Scott right now, and it is a non-stop verbal and abusive attack on not only myself, the physicist Dr. Claudia, or my good friend Guido Scott with his big man pecs and his little wiener. Thank you for subscribing and following me and Scott on Planet X The Awakening. We appreciate all your views, and we will continue to get you guys and girls prepared for the brown dwarfs that will enter our solar system. Thank you so much, Scott. Do you have anything else you would like to say to the people before we cut this off and go to Walmart?
Oh, well, Claudia, I just want to say one thing about that Jake Riley over there. You know, he doesn't believe in the Nibiru thing, and neither do we over here, over at Nibiru. So Nibiru News and Planet X The Awakening. I'm in it for the money. Claudia's in it for the money. But we want to pretend like we care, and we want to get this information out to the people. So, Claudia, you did a fantastic job. I mean, I didn't want you to talk about our sexual relationship, but what are you going to do, homeboy? You know what I mean, homeboy? What are you going to do? Anyways, tune in to Planet X The Awakening and all my channels, Nibiru News, for your latest Nibiru updates. And remember, boys and girls, keep your eyes in the sky. Hey, everybody, this is Hitler over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special announcement. I don't have the mic. I want... Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special announcement. I don't have the mic. I feel like holding the mic. It's like, you know, when we come across like special data, we need to just immediately commentate on it because we're like news reporters. Me and Jake.
We're Ron Burgundy and Veronica Corningstone. I'm my dad. She's a tiger in the sack.
Anyway, you know, let's listen to our favorite Nibiru channel, shall we? Let's listen. I'm gonna.
Mari's got stuff set up.
Ooh.
Dude, guys, look, we're here because it's something pretty good. And we can't give out full disclosure of our source, but we want to thank you. You know who you are.
If we are given permission, sure.
We will.
We're gonna be like, hey, what's up? Woo, thank you. Anyway, we just got off a pretty awesome hangout on the Grand Solar Minimum channel with a channel called Ice Age Farmer, who was discussing something rather useful to society. Now, we go to a channel that's completely useless to society. I'm going to share it. Just give me a minute, and I'll share that mofo right now. Where is it? That's not it. Yes, it is it. It is it. Yes.
Okay.
Give me a second
Pay
here.
attention, kiddos.
My window got lost. As we all know, this is, here we are. Move my laptop a little closer. Okay, let's listen. You need to move this chair over, G. Give your woman some room. Let's listen to this lovely channel we love so much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Planet X News. This is Scott from the Nibiru channel. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here this evening with our rogue physicist, who is
There's people saying they can't hear me. So, how far back did we go? I don't know. But we're here. Okay. All right. They can hear me now. So, she's here in the States. She's traveled 36 hours or whatever, 38 hours. Gone through hell and high water to get here to the States to land right on the probably biggest hick town in the country, in Pennsylvania.
No. She's in New York City.
Oh, she's in New York City.
Yeah.
But I thought Scott was going to pick her up, Jake.
Well, see, that's another story that got fouled up. Yesterday in his chat, he was talking about how the physicist was going to land in 45 minutes in New York City. And then he had to go pick her up. Well, as time went on through the chat, Scott starts talking about going to Walmart. And then he makes the comment, I'm going to punch the first mofo I see when I walk in the door, LOL. And then one of his moderators, Dark Angel, commented, said, no, Scott, you can't go to Walmart and do that. You have to go pick up the physicist. And there was a little heart, like a reminder. Like, Scott had already fucked up his story yesterday. So there's your first hole right there, okay? Your second hole comes in with the announcement of, well, actually, go ahead and finish what we're showing everybody right now.
I don't know when our audio clipped out, so
just go back from the beginning.
Let's go back. Let's do a little recap here. I don't know. I don't have power to this laptop, my love.
This thing is off for some reason.
Oh dear Lord, have mercy on us all. Okay. Well, if we get cut off, you'll know I ran out of battery on my laptop. I got my tech support here. He's working on it.
Think this is funny?
No, I don't, Jake Riley. I don't.
Now you got power.
Okay. I got the power. Okay.
Get on with it.
So here we have Scott on his channel with the physicist who's now in America, and what we're pointing out Turn me down there, Jake Riley. So, we got the physicist. She's in America. And my question is, why is she doing presentations in her home country? Another note is Scott was lying in the hangout saying he was going to go pick her up in New York. But he kept on misspeaking and saying he had to go to Walmart and the gym and all that crap.
He said he had to go to the gym and try out these new steroids he's on. So, you know, the stories aren't lining up. He's telling people that he had to go pick him up, this and that. Tonight she gets on, she describes the flight, which was ridiculous. She described that there was Middle Eastern people on her flight. Well, yeah, if she went to Qatar, I guess there would be Middle Eastern people. But what we're trying to show right now is that we were sent a schedule of some speakings that are going on in South Africa at another university. And looky here, July 4th, 2017, she's scheduled to speak for 20 minutes.
I don't even know how she has the math to back this up. So hopefully whoever's there can take her findings and sort of set her straight. Or perhaps, you know, our community can reach out to some of the other presenters to sort of talk her out of embarrassing herself. Now, let's see. Today is, it's the 30th. Is tomorrow July 1st?
Tomorrow's 1st.
So tomorrow's the 1st. Is she really going to just hop on a plane and go back to South Africa for this 20-minute little dealie? What's up with that, Claudia? Huh? What, is it just a big lie that you're in America to get the money coming? Is it just a part of, you know, a thing to feed the machine? Is that what it is? Is it? Because we know Scott makes enough money to pay for your lawyer, and you don't really need a fundraiser, do you? And we really know you're not going to have a lawsuit because you don't have a leg to stand on, do you?
Now, before we go any farther, have we vetted this website? Where did this come from?
This came from a subscriber that we know and love. And this is the South African Institute of Physics. They are having a conference, a physics conference. And
is there a topic? Is there a main
There's
topic?
many different topics. So it looks like they have a 5-day conference and they share thoughts and it's open discussion. I honestly haven't had a whole lot of time to go through everything, Jake, because I'm just pointing out, why would this woman, why wouldn't she move to America after her little dealie on 4th of July? Oh, she's also doing it on the 5th as well. So brown dwarfs and brown dwarf stars is the difference and observational evidence for the existence and presence of both in the solar system.
Wow. You know,
I can't even believe that they let her submit this.
That's why
I'm embarrassed for South Africa's physics. It doesn't say much.
Listen, that's why I'm asking you if you vetted this website, because I almost don't believe that she's being asked to speak on these subjects. That's where I'm going with this. I don't believe that there's a university that is really slating her time to speak on this.
But I think when it comes to science and physics, you know, they do give people platforms to present their data and debate and discuss. It's like a workshop. So maybe she'll learn from some of her other less psychotic coworkers. You know, I don't think they'd go out of the way to fabricate a site like this with all the scheduling.
There's
and
a lot
everything,
going
to be
on
honest.
with this, absolutely.
They're talking about all different kinds of physics, and she's going to bring her nonsense into this. So, you know, let's see, we got an astrophysics person here at noon. You know, maybe maybe we should ask him to sit in on her presentation to offer his thoughts on the brown dwarf, blue brown dwarf, all the other bullshit nonsense.
Professor Christo
maybe
Venter.
he can teach her how to calculate an orbit and how to, view it in the telescope and track and log and document it appropriately. So she's not doing a disservice to humanity by her disinfo campaign about brown dwarf stars. So that's all I got.
Well,
why is she in America if she has this conference right now? And we all know she's on a little sabbatical. It's a paid sabbatical. We all know that she said she's going to be traveling to Europe soon to visit family. A lot of info is divulged in these hangouts, and they're instantly downloaded by viewers like myself and others to log, check, and document and analyze all the nonsense BS. So tell me, Claudia, you're gonna travel 38 hours or whatever to go meet up with Scott, who's he obviously didn't pick you up yesterday. So where are you? Why isn't Chris working with you? Is it because you're a liar and he can't stoop that low, or what? What is it? I'm just very curious. I'm good. Truth has a way of exposing itself, and we will find out. And that's what this all is all about. Jake, I'm going to hand it over to you so I can look at the chat.
Well, I wanted to add that something stinks because Chris Potter is the one that brought Claudia to the table. If it wasn't for Chris Potter, nobody would know who this person is. So the fact that Chris Potter goes on a live stream today and he is not denying or confirming the presence of the doctor in the States. In fact, he distanced himself from the subject. And to me, that's alarming because, Potter has been pretty tight with old Hitler over there for the last few months. So for him to suddenly disassociate himself from that is concerning. B, saying that he can't confirm she's here or not, which my suspect is, here's what I can't wrap my head around. What benefits Hitler for announcing that the physicist is here, 10, 11 days earlier than what they originally said July 9th is when she was going to be here. Remember the video Chris was so excited about? So just, a week ago, Potter was ecstatic that she was coming to the States on July 9th, and now all of a sudden she just, bam, she's going to be here in 45 minutes. That's what he said in a chat yesterday. And whammo, here she is. We got her apartment, cable, and she went to Walmart. I mean, come on. Are you serious? And then the best part about that video that we started showing everybody. The best part. So Scott announces that Todd, his friend of 35 years, his ex-airborne military friend, is head of security. Folks, this is the same Todd that went missing on Mother's Day, remember? Remember he talked about his neighbor Todd that went missing? And he went as far as to implicate me as if I had something to do with this man's disappearance in a chat room one time. So, people need to open their eyes and see this. Pay attention to what he's doing, what he's saying. This Todd guy is all of a sudden pops out of nowhere, head of security for, for the doctor. But yet the last time he mentioned Todd, he was missing without a trace. Nobody knows where he was, and Jake Riley probably had something to do with it. That's exactly what he said last time he talked about it. So, I guess my closing point is once again, it wasn't just a hunch, because I told Mari today, I said, she's not in the States. There's no way she's in the States. There's no way. Because just a few weeks ago, they were saying that she wasn't fired from her job. And then, you know, her plans were to travel Europe this summer. And that changed. And then she was going to be here on July 9th. And that changed. Now she's here now. Now she's got an apartment. And she's all settled in and went to Walmart. And, you know, she's going to be here permanently now.
Who travels 38 hours and has it all done anyway? There's no way you would travel that far only to turn around and go back.
And, you know, and old Hitler lies, all the reason why I haven't been online making videos is I've been getting the doctor's apartment ready. No, dude, you're on it every day. You're uploading your little mishmash posh of combination videos from NASA that you use to misinterpret data, but yet you say you don't trust NASA, but you use their tools to describe what's going on, but yet you don't. You're the trained professional, right? The people that designed that equipment and studied it don't know what they're talking about, but you do, right? Yeah. So, again, another clear sign of, oh, hey, look, there's dipshit there. He's in the chat right now.
There's dipshit in the chat.
Yeah, it's not Todd. That's what you said, buddy. You said Todd on your video. I downloaded it, by the way, so
do we need
say
to
it
bring
wasn't.
out a sound clip? We can do that tomorrow.
It's in there. Yeah, I'm tired too, but yeah, it's Todd.
We can debunk you tomorrow. Scott, why do you gotta lie?
Yeah, dude.
This is why you don't want people mad at you. Stop lying. You know that physicist isn't here. Why are you lying, mofo?
And on top of that, the fact that Chris Potter is disattaching from you, that's a huge red flag. That means there's trouble. Okay, there's no other way to be silent about that. When Chris Potter all of a sudden pulls away from you and the physicist, when he is the one that brought the physicist to the fucking table in the first place, and now all of a sudden he's just like, yeah, it's best Scott does. What? Whatever. I say, and Mari says, that Potter has some shred of morals left in him, and he didn't want to be a part of this giant lie so you can beef up your channel and try to make more money, because I guess financially you've been hurting lately because they've changed a lot of things with the advertising on Google. So let's just make up another fantasy story, like, you know, the pipe bomb story, and someone sending your daughter porn, and someone throwing a brick through the window of your grandma's back window.
Don't get the 13-page paper.
The 13-page paper from the two
and the part
physicists.
where he said his record was from having a kid in it.
Yeah.
Not having a kid in a child seat.
Not having a kid in a child seat.
He
just kicked him and punched him in the chest.
So, I mean, I'm just sick of the lies.
Yeah.
And I think I'm sick of the deception. And I'm sick of you asking people for money for this physicist to help her. And you know damn well what you're doing.
Scott,
you are so full of shit. I can smell you from here, dude.
Hitler just said nobody cares what we say. Well, that's your opinion. You're allowed to have that, but my emails say different, and your sub count will say different as well. Believe that, brother. I have to kind of keep my mouth shut about some things right now, but you're not in the control that you think you are. And the more you keep digging this hole, like with your professor or whatever she is, you guys saying the grand solar minimum's not real. Did you see the video that NASA put out? Oh, that's right. You don't trust NASA. I forgot. But you'll use their equipment, but you don't trust NASA. So, hilarious, dude. He's got to try so hard. You put up videos all day long and put adverts in them because you're not making any money. You're so desperate, you'll use NASA's equipment and monetize it to make money off the views that you get from it. But yet you'll say NASA's a liar, but have no problem collecting profits from running a fucking 9-hour marathon of the fucking 3D earthquake. What the fuck, dude? Nobody gives a shit about that. Seriously? Every time I'm in one of those chat rooms, they're talking about what fucking recipe they want to make this year for 4th of July. Do they want to make their dirt cake, or do they want to make fucking cherry cobbler? Nobody gives a shit about Planet X. Nobody's in there talking about fucking preparation. The only time they talk about it is when the trolls get in there and start asking questions and trying to get people to, you know, engage in a decent conversation. So, you know, fucking Hitler's calling Logan a bum. Look at you, dude. Look at you. You talk about bum. This guy can't even get a job. You couldn't even get a job at a McDonald's with your record and all the bridges you've burnt. Dude, are you serious? Are you serious? Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Old Hitler over there, you're losing your subs, dude. They're emailing me. There's a big group of them that just recently left you, by the way. They see through your bullshit. When you deny people a chance to seek the truth, that turns them off right away. That's dictatorish. So, you know, it's, I told you I wouldn't be around unless you were going to try to deceive. Take off your donation link. No one should give you a goddamn penny for this. You don't have any reason. Doesn't matter who that is.
Doesn't have anything good
No.
to debate. Like, instead of debating things factually or bringing something real to the table, when something is presented to you, Scott, a hurdle or a confrontation or a debate or something you can't answer because you know you're a big fucking liar.
Yep.
You call names, you do ad hominem attacks, you slander people, and then you try to harass other people's family members and exes. And you should be thankful that people haven't reached out to your exes yet.
No shit,
because
dude.
they're very visible on
No
social
shit.
media. They're very
Yes.
easy to find if you understand what I mean. So, you know, if you want to play the game like that, fine. But we are just asking you, stop the bullshit lies and taking advantage of people for money. It's bullshit. You know she's not in America. You know this is a big lie. Just stop it.
See, and I'm glad that that old Hitler made that comment. Who's Nicole Smith? I don't know who she is, but maybe he's trying to infer that she is a member of my family. Look at what he's doing, guys, right here in the chat. Instead of coming back with facts and information about a brown dwarf, he wants to try to stir up shit. Nobody is concerned with you, dude.
You're not even
No
defending
one's-
the physicists. You're not even saying that we're
Yeah.
wrong about the physicists not being in America. You are validating that we should be outraged. You're
Scott,
not defending
I
her.
would bet you $50,000 that your Planet X theory is bullshit garbage right now, dude. I'll put that shit, $50,000 bet, dude. That
betting
Planet
on
X,
Nibiru?
Planet X is fake. In fact, I know I won't get it because you ain't worth fucking $5,000, but I'll make the bet, $50,000, dude. I got a 401k I can cash in. That's how confident I am that we don't see any goddamn brown dwarfs in our shit. You wish I worked at a pizza
Doesn't even
place.
know how to use a telescope. I mean, this guy has no concept of anything when it comes to astronomy.
I'll
Yet
put
he
50K
has
on it, motherfucker. That's how
a
confident I
YouTube
am.
channel that specializes in finding the mysterious planet Nibiru that doesn't exist. It's amazing.
Your doctor, you've got an actor. I believe the real doctor is still in Africa right now. I believe that you have an actor that is portraying to be Dr. Claudia Albers, because the reason why we got those links, those were updated schedules. In other words, if Claudia Albers had left the country, then they would have updated and taken her off the schedule. Now, I'm just shocked. I'm just totally shocked that she's actually talking about brown dwarfs and their presence. It's going to be embarrassing for her. I think a lot of colleagues are going to be. There might be some snickering in the background. That's for sure. I know if Scott, I'm sorry, Hitler, if you get any of those laudatoriums where you can speak to people about what you think about brown dwarfs, it's going to be hilarious. People are going to put that on YouTube and put it under comedy, because so many people will start busting out into laughter when they hear you talk. Just the fact that you sound like a Rush Limbaugh wannabe Alex Jones of the Planet X community, that you're some profound discoverer, like you called me a profound Nibiru researcher. Dude, get over it. Find something else to do. You know, there's other ways to earn money than lie about a planet. Why don't you pick something that's more health? I don't think anybody would even give you trouble if you went through the paranoia thing. Who gives a shit? Ghost or real, whatever. Who cares? Fuck it. But when you lie about lens flares being planets, and then the worst part you're doing is you're telling your followers that there's no such thing as the grand solar minimum, And to me, I think that's reckless. No matter what you think about Planet X or what's happening with brown dwarf stars, the fact of the matter is that there's no debunking the grand solar minimum. Okay? What's going to happen next, I don't know. I can't, I'm not predicting anything. I'm just reporting on it. So you and your physicists look like idiots right now when you say, I'm not buying into the grand solar minimum. Well, if you looked at the data, which was the funny part, because you look at the data every day, you just don't understand how to read it. So you don't understand that the sun is in a solar minimum, that what the activity you're seeing is minimal compared to what it was. Do the comparisons. Go back to 2014. Look at the data from that. You'll clearly see that we had way more sunspots and way more coronal holes. And it's just, it's frustrating that you want to deny what you can look up and actually find out the real answer. And you've got your people really brainwashed. It's sad. They are defending everything that you have said. And it's a shame, because if you are actually giving them proper information, just think about how useful you would actually be. Right now, you're spouting off a bunch of garbage that's not believable, that's not real, and you don't offer any solutions or any explanations for anything that you report on. You just tell people things are going to get bad, and that's a really intense stream of solar activity, so watch out for that. Why? Why won't you tell people why to look out for them? Why not? I mean, because you don't know? Maybe you're telling a story? I get it. People believe you out there, and it's a shame. There's folks watching your videos in shock when they hear you and your doctor talk about these shocking discoveries, the way you look at the SETI cameras. Dude, you don't know what you're looking at. Those cameras do not take pictures like a conventional camera. They take pictures of, like, I don't know, protons, ions, electrons. Just, it's a particle type camera. That's, am I correct in saying that? It's not like a what?
I'm just looking at her information. That's all, Jake.
Anyway, we don't see the images on these cameras like you would think, like looking through a camera and snapping a photo. Okay, so when he says he's found an object somewhere behind Saturn, it's part of the filter that they put on this. So what is it? Reduced starshine? The filter? So we can see the other?
I know one of the filters does that. I'm doing a whole video on that, explaining the different filters. I'll have that up Monday or Tuesday.
I just don't see see, this is what I don't understand. We're looking at her information to her university.
It's not her university. This is a conference, a physics
No,
conference.
the phone number.
I don't know if that's the university's phone number or what.
But the fact that her stuff,
it's all public information on this
We're not
website.
attacking this woman. We've only asked her if it's actually her that's on these programs.
If she's taking money and accepting donations, or allowing Scott to accept donations in her name, and she's saying that she's in America and she, you know, is lying to people about being in America. This is fraud. All right, this is blatant fraud, and it's against terms of service. And we haven't reported anything yet about this particular violation, but this is clearly fraud. This is clearly fraudulent activity by asking for money for the professor, for her, you know, poor soul who's on a paid sabbatical traveling around the world. That poor woman.
And speaking in Johannesburg.
She's in America, but she's going to zap right back to South Africa, just like that.
So she's going to leave, Monday?
Yeah,
on the
you
3rd?
know what? It's all
get there just in time.
Bullshit. Because tomorrow's Saturday.
Yeah.
What is it? 4th of July is like Tuesday. So what is she going to do? Like,
leave Sunday.
I mean, what is she doing here for a few hours and then leave? If it takes her 36 hours to travel?
I just hope she goes to Walmart again before she gets her flight, because, you know.
I mean, is she going to the gym with Scott as well? Like, what is that about? Like, what's going on? Scott, why are you lying to your subs about what you're doing? You're telling people you're going to New York to pick her up.
What benefit?
Yeah, you're going to Walmart and you're going to the gym. We all know where Pennsylvania is, and in comparison to New York City. So we know that's a bit of a drive. Come on.
What's the benefit
if you
of
want
you
to
telling
prove
us?
us wrong, please put her on camera with you and go ahead. Come on in and prove us wrong.
Do a show together on the same camera. That's the only way to do that. I mean, honestly, that is the only way to do it, is put the both together on a camera. And like I said, Chris Potter, for the fact that he just jumps out of this, and he's the reason why Claudia is on the table in the first place, something ain't jiving here, okay? Like I said, I do believe deep down that Chris has some morals left somewhere, okay? And I think he got caught up in all the madness and the hatred that was going around, the back and forth, and maybe his feelings got hurt when Astronomy Live came on and discredited the doctor, and maybe there was a personal relationship where it offended Potter because they've become so close as friends that she's a part of him in certain ways. I get that. But to be as rabid and as reckless as he was in some of his videos and his behavior and some of the threats he's made, name calling and accusations of things that aren't true, that's just not him. I mean, I was in contact briefly with the guy for a few months before January, and that's not the Chris Potter I knew. And I believe as hardcore gung-ho he was about this project with Slick Dick over there, Hitler. I think there's something to be said that this story stinks, that she's doing a good job of playing the role. And the real Claudia Albers is actually in South Africa right now, getting ready for her appearances. Just like she actually, that was the comment that was made when they told us that she first lost her job, that she had some speaking events she had to attend. So, they just must be desperate for speakers. I can't understand why they would even entertain some of this nonsense, like the STO eclipse. Unreal.
It looks like our friend Scott has left.
He's probably mad. He's probably kicking Raven right now. Figuring out everybody is.
Do you think he's taking that out on Raven?
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris
he's mad.
Potter in his live stream said that he trusted Scott to keep her safe, and I don't know how he could, because we've all heard him choke his girlfriend out. We've all heard that live on the Hangout we had probably like a month ago. She's clearly being choked out by Scott. So how safe is Claudia? Claudia is actually used to being in abusive relationships, and people who are in, I was told flat out that she was on a Hangout, and the people that were on a Hangout with her, it was a private Hangout, saw her get sort of like through to the floor, like grabbed by the head or the neck and through to the floor by whatever gentleman she's living with in South Africa, whether it be her husband or boyfriend or whatever. She's in abusive relationship in South Africa, and I attribute people going through Nibiru problems having very emotional disturbances that bring them to cataclysmic events that want the end of the world to come, to just, they're so miserable, they're latching on to something as a form of escape. And, my heart goes out to her because I don't wish that upon anyone. But don't go and ruin other people's lives over it. Don't go lying to people blatantly, because you gotta know now you're a big fat liar. Well, so don't use this topic now to try to dig yourself out of some new life from your abusive relationship, because we see what's going on, and we're not going to turn a blind eye to it. I'm sorry, we are not going to turn a blind eye to the lies and deception.
No, not like this, not this blatant. And I don't even understand what benefit he could have from even telling people that she's here and this and that. He got her set up with an apartment, you know, and that's great and all. That's awesome. Hey, thank you, subscribers of YouTube channels like Scott's. You have helped, if indeed this is happening. You know, he paid for it with your money, basically. Now, I know it's not physically coming out of your pocket. It's ad revenue. I get that. But he does have a donation box. And 90% of the people that go to Scott's channel in their chat rooms, 90% of them are hardcore Scott believers. And there is not all of them. I've met a few people that are really good. They're all good people over there.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're really, you know, I think a lot of them are very nice. They're just on the wrong path. Yeah. They're being deceived.
Yeah, they're just getting told the wrong. And I told one of them that a few days ago. I said, look, you know, I don't think you guys are wrong. I think you're paying attention very well to a person who presents information. Unfortunately, the information he presents is not true. And I made the comment, I said, you know, the channel's labeled as entertainment. And they said, oh, he has to because he's not official news, so they won't allow him to be. I'm like, no, that's not why. That should tell you right there, if he's not official news, why would you take and trust any information when he's blatantly telling you that, being honest, I am not official news. This channel is not official news.
I'm not an astronomer.
I'm not an astronomer.
I don't really know what I'm talking about, but believe me when I say there's a planet in the sky. I know nothing about astronomy, and I don't know how to use a telescope, but there is a planet in the sky, and astronomers are lying to you.
And you're saying there's 5 of them? Well, how come we don't see these things? Because if the one that you think is behind Saturn, let me tell you something. As big as a brown dwarf is, okay, we're seeing that in our sky. We see Jupiter, all right, and we would definitely see this brown dwarf that you say is in the position it's in right now. And a lot of folks, and thanks to people like Hitler, they're trying to say that that new object by Saturn is a part of Nibiru's system. In fact, I've heard it was just a new move.
For people who aren't in the chat that are viewing this afterwards, Scott has confirmed that Nibiru is hiding behind my ass, just so everyone knows.
I didn't see it. I mean,
that's where he said Nibiru is.
Do you
have the coordinates for that? Jake, have you seen anything?
I'm not going to go there.
Jake drops off brown dwarfs daily.
All right, fuck you. All right.
From his behind.
Great. That's amazing. Thank you for the sound bites for the other people out there. They'll love that one. I think we said what we need to say, and hopefully this video gets watched. We're going to mirror it on WTF Sky, the original channel. But the point of this is that we want to thank the subscriber who sent us the info. We see you right now. Thank you so much. And, you know, we wanted to just get on real quick and just say, look, here's more proof. And the story has had holes in it for the last 2 days. Trust me, I've been paying attention to it in my downtime. And from what I'm seeing right now, there's so many holes in his story. I mean, it looks like a fucking block of Swiss cheese right now. So, yeah, CNN will have him on Logan.
That's like he was supposed to be on Alex Jones. There's another lie.
Yeah, Alex Jones will have him on. Hannity probably have him on next, I'm sure.
Joe Rogan.
Little Rush Limbaugh wannabe. Alex Jones, little motherfucker.
Yes. I mean, where did he go? If he's all like, is he just sitting back listening? He's like, oh shit, commenting is getting me in a deeper hole, so I'm just going to stop commenting. Because we didn't block him, folks.
No, we're not going to block him. We want him to expose himself. Because what did he start doing? He started becoming the nasty cyber bully, and he thought he had people's names of my background and wanted to use them against me and make me feel threatened. But I'll tell you what, I'm not afraid of that individual. I'm not afraid of what he thinks he has. I don't care. You can make troll spray videos all day about me every day, asshole. It's not going to bother me. Trust me. The King of Truth already taught me a huge lesson, and I mean, there's nothing that could ever bother me again. Nothing. Nothing.
We're numb.
I am. We're both totally numb.
That's why we're just like balls to the wall, got nothing to lose.
Nothing. No, I'm not concerned, not worried. He should be concerned. In fact, the fact that you're still threatening, dude, you still don't realize the seriousness of what's going to happen to you yet. And that time is approaching, my friend. So keep it up. Thank you for the continued evidence. Thank you very much.
You guys have a great night. Please like and share. Mirror this. All you want.
Get the word out. Let everybody know that the physicist is not here. And if she is, and she's an idiot for coming here for a day and a half and then getting back on a plane for another 38 hours and go speak for 20 minutes, folks. 20 minutes. Are you kidding me? Nobody in their right mind would do that.
Nope.
All right. We'll see y'all later. Peace, y'all. Love.
Peace.
And if she is, and she's an idiot for coming here for a day and a half and getting back on a plane for another 30
All right, let's get back to it. Of self and command. Now, look, I'm going to tell you what needs to be done. This child needs to be taken from this person, because what you're doing here is you're screwing this child's head up, and that's what's going on. I'm going to be real simple here, and I don't care who gets mad and who says they're not going to listen. I got nothing against transgenders. I got nothing against gays. I don't care whatever you are, you are. That's up to you. But now we're talking about a child here. Just because you're unsure of who you are, don't go screwing up the child next. You know, if you're born with it hanging, you're a man. You're a boy. If you've got, well, the other, well, then guess what? You're a girl. I mean, it's that simple. And if you still are unsure, call me a rotten, miserable, doesn't understand. Call me whatever you want. But the fact is that you've got some issues going on, and you need to get them. You need to get